we brought just right now 10 we'll start with, and then we'll be here throughout the day, you know, and then this evening maybe also we'll bring it in case people want to take some of the tobacco. And this comes from a grower that this is his last harvest. And so he would always send it to our family for offering. So this is like an offering, good intentions or prayer or commitment or ask for help to put it down. So you're more than welcome to come over throughout the day and make a tobacco tie.
And if you have questions about tobacco and some of the meaning of different things, please come talk to our friends who have all of this knowledge. So if you're confused about what that means, yeah. Okay, are we ready to start? Yeah. So we're good morning. We're looking for either an elder or a guest to say a prayer to start the day or sing a song, or anybody. I mean, anybody. Oh, I thought he was jumping up. False alarm. Anybody? Are you saying I could? Awesome, thank you.
Samawepte, I just want to share a prayer from my community. Kohekwi with Wea with Buck Sakuth Yahaki Kabila Shuth Makabe Hekit with Lei Haki Makabe Kokit with Seneca Kazaikas. Hakohekwi at the Bashtotzeth with Kamla Wakanwea with Anna Kanwea with Sadwa Kanwea with Kanokana Kanwea. Hakohekwi at the Bashtotzeth. Oh, oh, oh.
We started. Oh, okay. Oh, odd kick. Okay.
All right, can we have the dancers come up front so we can start off the day? And it's an invitational for all. I'm not looking at anyone in particular. Just want to say I love that we get to dance during this conference because that's with our culture, our songs, our dance, our motions, they do heal. They do heal. Every time I'm going through tough times in life, I'll go to therapy, and my therapy is Iraq. It's dancing. I'll go in there, I'll go to practice with a heavy heart, and I'll feel so heavy, and I'll be like, okay, I'm just gonna shake it all off. So, you know, like when the snow goes on you, you gotta shake off the snow. I usually do that when I go to dance practice or anywhere because I'll shake off all my troubles, my sorrows, and I'll dance my heart out, I'll sing my heart out, and when I leave, I just feel 100 times better. I'll feel lighter, all my troubles are away. So they're gonna dance for you guys this morning, and then after them, me and Aruvak will dance one song for you guys. So, and it's also a great way to start the day.
along with those girls, okay? Okay. Doshu. I was put on the spot to drum today. Just kidding. Asik Dokoyana. So we're going to start with Ich Pingayon, a song that was taught by Elena Bartman of Dillingham. It was also taught at the school here for these kids, Sophie Woods, Ina Bowker, Katerina, others who have taught at the school. Ich Pingayon, 3 big icons. 3 big eyes, yeah, okay. Go dance, okay. Ich pingayon, laguma, saguma, sukduma, yakuma, luku, anihana, takakam tumtawak, ich pingayon, laguma, saguma, sukduma, yakuma, luku, anihana, takakam tumtawak, ich pingayon, laguma, saguma, sukduma, yakuma, luku, anihana, takakam tumtawak. Doshu, the next song we'll do is a Gurak song taught by Truna McIntyre. Akola wikamken, aya wikamken. I'm moving for you, I'm dancing for you. If that's not enough, I'll make some agurak for you and give it to you. How about that? Go dance with them. Go dance up there. Yeah, okay. Akola wikamken, aya wikamken. Akola wikamken, aya wikamken. Aya he, ya Akola wikamken, aya wikamken. Akola wikamken, aya wikamken. Aya he, ya Akola wikamken, aya wikamken. Akola wikamken, aya wikamken. Aya he, ya Okay, Doshu, finally we'll do a seal hunting song that was taught by Bamyo and I think has been modified over the years. Okay, I got a drum. I gotta go drum. Okay. We got a small one. Shucks, we gotta get another one. It's not enough to feed us. Okay, let's try again.
So yesterday, one of the young ones asked me, Cody, when are we going to see you dance? I was like, oh, I don't have a drummer for me that knows my area songs. But thanks to technology, there are songs on YouTube. So Arva and I were going to dance a song from around her area, Kaluya Kamute, the Nelson Island area. And the villagers in their song dance this, and I know it as well, so we're gonna dance it for you guys after let us get ready real quick.
So we're gonna dance a song called Unuwanga, and while we dance Unuwanga, we're gonna dance the hoop of life. So if anybody brought anything that they want to put on the hoop, we made it to. It's a memorial, but it's also a prayer for what we want in the future. So we first, I wasn't there for that dinner, but we had, you guys had it there, right? Okay. So we first sort of brought it out at the people impacted by suicide dinner that AJ, Bernina, Lisa, who else? Yeah, Clarissa. So they organized this dinner, and everyone had, shared at the dinner. But this hoop is it can hold your grief, it can hold your prayers. It's something that we're going to dance today to. It's a protection. It's a symbol of life. We want our kids to want to live. We don't have to do prevention work if people want to live, if people are proud of who they are. So this is special to us. And if you want to attach anything to this hoop before we dance it, you can. You can also tie it on there after we dance it. I'm looking at Sean. Are we a couple more minutes? I guess the internet's bad this morning, and I can't sing Unuwanga, so we have to wait. We have to wait for the internet. So please come up and attach items to this hoop if you brought them, or just visit for a minute, and then when we're ready, we'll come out and dance. There's also things at the table that you can tie on, and there's the tobacco ties you could add to it. So please create what you want to add.
So good morning. I wasn't really planning to, but since time is allowing for it, I have a song to share. There's a story, a Manicotic story behind this song, but I'll just share this song. We used to call it the Point Hope song. Point Hope, if you don't know, is the longest continually inhabited settlement in North America, up on the slope. So it's an Inupiaq song, but we took it at Manicotic about a quarter century ago, about 25 years ago. We performed it 100 times, I'm sure, all over, from Las Vegas to Naknek, and most places in between. I'm gonna need a walrus, so I was standing by politely sitting next to a person that I thought would be able to make walrus sounds when I do a click. But I didn't get the opportunity to ask that person, but maybe they'll cue in when they hear the click. It just sounds like a walrus for those of you, visitors especially. It can be the sound you think a walrus makes. So how's that? Can you walrus for me? Something like that, right? I don't know. So here we go. The Point Hope song, walrus song. I won't do the third verse. The third verse is all drum beat. I'll sing the soft verse, hopefully catch your attention. Second one, so you'll listen clearly. Third one should be a hard beat, but I'll go ahead and just do the first two. There's 4 clicks for walrus sounds in each verse. You'll hear them because I'll click the edge of the drum instead. Point Hope, the walrus song. Can't hear you. I need bigger lungs for Pamyo, for the Pamyo. But I'll go ahead and do it again. Please, walrus, be loud, be loud, be loud. I had a 7th grade kid that heard on our VHF. The first time they let him go back and walrus hunt at Layasik, he heard it on the VHF and said, "Dad, the walrus, the hunters are coming back up the river. They're bringing walrus." The first time that the feds had allowed it, right, for decades. And they wanted to sing that, go perform it down at the beach for the hunters as they arrived. And I thought that was an awesome idea. So we hustled down with all that kid energy, just excited. Elders saw us come down with the drum, and they did not receive us very well. We were told to keep that shit up at the school. And so we did. We turned around and we did this song really, really hard in the gym, hoping those hunters would hear us. Walrus song, Point Hope. Can you hear 'em?
She reminds me about the Point Hope song that was taught to me by Elder Francis, so I wanted to follow up with another song.
She said it from Dinah Frankson. So here's my Dinah Frankson story. Dinah Frankson was an elder, awesome elder. I brought her in my classroom my first year of teaching. I taught up there, by the way, back in '90. I brought her in every chance I got. She loved me. She loved me because her Gasak name was Dinah, and she could not say Dana. So she called me Dinah, and I was her atik. I became Kasatun. In English, I became her namesake. She shared dances all alone with me in my classroom that were thousands of years old. Sacred dances you'll never see, you'll never hear because they cannot be recorded. And they pass along with the name. So I actually, Dinah Frankson, my atik, she's such a treasure to me.
Oh, Kuya. This is about building an ice house, Uksumi. They built ice houses in the wilderness for the hunters in case they get caught in the blizzard or in storm. And so this is what the song is about. This is the moonshine they were trying to record on technology. I forgot how the ending is. Okay. So this song is about, remember I talked about the shaman travelers in the sky? They're called Tlatutlatutullit. It's about the shaman that went to the moon. That's what the song is about, the moon song. And the shaman went up to the moon and sat on the and from up there, he looked down to see all the descendants living on Earth. And he was with the moon, present with the moon. And this is what the song is about. This is how we demonstrate to our people the life experiences that we had. They were the powerful people of our populations, of our land. And so I learned this by watching from Mr. Tyson, Northern Lights dancers in Anchorage. So Guyana for letting me share that.
Before we start the youth panel, I just wanted to say one thing. When we lost one of our really, really powerful advocates for Indigenous sovereignty, for tribal protections for Bristol Bay, Werner Wilson, and when the day after he passed away, we were supposed to dance, and I asked Margie Hastings, is it appropriate to dance after we lose someone? And she said, if you'd already planned it, you should go ahead and do it. So we did it. So I always think of Werner swinging from the moon helping us all the time, because I think the force that he was in life, he definitely probably still is on the other side.
We'll take a 4-minute break. Exactly 4 minutes. I'm just kidding. We'll take a break and we'll get the youth panel ready. And where are you? There you are. So these guys worked really hard a couple of weeks before everyone got here. So if you could stomp your feet and clap your hands for Coral and Ashlyn, they worked really hard. And they listened to us. They let us boss them around a little bit, ran around with us, picked plants, made salves, all kinds of stuff.
Waiting for the questions to load. What time is it? Which time is that? So. Tiffany. Good? We're good? We got 50 minutes. So you got 50 minutes. 50. Total. So good morning. What a beautiful way to start the morning. I love hearing the songs and dance. You know, first thing in the morning, it really gets me dialed in and to understand why we're doing this. And so again, my name is Mike Duncan. I'm the Executive Director of Native Dads Network. And this is our youth team. It's called Impact. It was a youth program we started a couple years back right out the pandemic. And it's actually an acronym. And Impact stands for Indigenous Mentors Protecting Ancestral Cultural Teachings Team. Now, if you remember that, you'll get a raffle ticket. Hey. An extra one. No, I just didn't. But no, those are, it was something that, you know, we thought as we were working with the youth, you know, that the foundation of the program was like, how do we get kids to love culture? How can we teach them the correct principles and values that goes along with our culture? And so that was the main focus of our work at the beginning. And also, again, to also teach them the importance of ceremony, the importance of family, the importance that they understand about, when we talk about intergenerational healing, their role in all of that, you know. One day you will be an ancestor, right? Like I talked about yesterday, you know, 10 generations down the way, you know, down the road, this will all be gone, all the stuff that we're going through today. That's the prayer. That's what we're doing today. And then also with the young ones, that they have a part in that. They're the link to the future. They're the link to the future generations. It does not work without them, right? So they have a part in this. They've been part in all this. And so which makes it very beautiful to be here and to share, again, you know, their perspective. So when we were in our meetings, Tiffany and the crew was talking about having a youth panel, and really what they wanted to have a youth panel for is that they wanted to make sure that they could be heard, right? That the youth also have a voice. They also have needs and wants and hurts and pains, and they want to be able to share that. And I know as an adult, as a father of 5, you know, sometimes we, you know, it's like as an adult we're already in our adult mode. We're doing what we do, and sometimes we don't take the time to listen to our kids enough. And so this is a great thing, you know. This is something that we've been working on, at least in our area, for a long time. And then so when it was introduced to us to bring something like this out here and bringing our youth, some of our youth out here, then we said, well, we need to have youth from this area come and also share and let their voice be heard as well. And so I was talking to them earlier and said, there's no wrong answers in this. It's your perspective. It's how you view the world and see the world, right? And so, you know, I'm really happy to be here today and help narrate with Coral. And I'll let Coral introduce herself first and share a little bit about why she wants to do this.
Waka winga arka kulukak chohiok mingunga anaka meganaukok chohiok minguk arka frankaukok chohiok minguklu maukluka sofiukok joysaklu arka sidniukok kurdaklu ilanka sohiokakmute. My name is Coral, my Yupik name is Kulukak. My mom is Megan Armstrong, and my dad is Frank Woods. My grandma is Sophie Woods on my dad's side, and my mom's mom is Joyce Armstrong. And my relatives are from Clarks Point. And one thing that inspired me to do this, or that inspires me to do this, is just the call for leadership and how much it's needed in our community, especially from the youth. And I want to share a story about this year in December. I went to the Youth Leadership Forum, and Dana Bartman is right there, went there, and the speech she shared, it was about her tribe. She didn't agree with some of the decisions that they made. And she said, I could disagree with those old people all I want, but this is the future. This is what's coming. So, Guyana. So, we're gonna start your guys' introductions.
Hello. I'm not as good as Coral. I need to practice more, but waka wina achet. My Kasatu name is Bailey Olson. My mom is Tish Olson over here. My dad is Tyke Olson, and my grandparents on my dad's side is May Seabrood and Rudy Olson, and my grandparents on my mom's side is Vince Luckhurst and the late Patricia Swicky.
Waka Huingat Ka Aksaduyak. My name's Annalie Cardy. My dad's name is Chris Cardy, and my grandma is Murdy Cardy, and my grandpa is Jim Cardy. My mom is Kathy McLean, and I don't know my grandparents on that side.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee Mize. My people come from the Ho-Chunk and Menominee Nations in Wisconsin and the Osage and Quapaw Nations in Oklahoma, and I come from Sacramento.
Good morning. My name is Love Duncan. My father is Mike Duncan, and my grandparents are Jeanette Ithaca and William Duncan. I'm Konkawaliki Wintoon from Round Valley Indian Reservation in California and Western Band Shoshone Tomoke from Nevada.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Najonison Dominguez, or I go by either Najoni or Oni, but I'm Apache, Navajo, Coast Miwok, Kashaya Pomo, and Southern Pomo in California. And my grandparents is Bale Dominguez and Joella Dominguez, and my mother is Robin Mealy. And yeah, that's everything. Oh.
Hello, my name is Sergio Duncan Sanchez. My tribes are Konkawaliki Wintoon and Western Band Shoshone. Where's my mother? Oh, my mother is Janelle Williams.
We're going to start with the questions. So the first one is, what do you think the biggest challenge is that Native youth face today?
I think that what came to mind when we were practicing answering these questions was, from my experience, labeling families as things that happen, like addiction or suicide or whatever else, and putting that label on the kids, the children, and going to school and other kids hearing that and it being a label wherever you go, and internalizing that and having it become a part of who you think your identity is.
When we were practicing, my first thoughts were like our role models. Like some of the kids don't really are not around their parents all the time because of their addictions and stuff, or they're around drinking. But sometimes they run around and hang out with, I don't want to say the wrong people, but they just learn from their peers and stuff, so.
I would say just not feeling validated. I feel like even from the little things, parents will be like, you just want to talk to your parent, they're like, go away, I'm tired. Or just even to the bigger things where you feel like you need to talk to someone, and it could go for anyone, it's just not parents. Just, hello, okay. So just feeling like how you feel, and it's being dismissed all the time. Sometimes people are like, well, you have a roof over your head. You got clothes on your back. Why are you sad? Why do you feel this way? You have this best life and you're living a good life. But sometimes it's deeper than that. Sometimes people go through things that a lot of people don't see. So.
I feel like one of the biggest challenges for Native youth is like a lack of support. Like if someone like there, like for me at least, if I don't feel motivated, or if I feel like depressed or not myself, I need someone there to talk to me. And I live in Tahoe to play hockey, and none of my parents are there, and I can't contact my mom because she's always working. So I usually like go to like my friends or like whoever I feel close with. And I feel like one of the biggest things that I think is just parents being there to support it, when your youth is low, and just like going to ceremonies and like doing what you really like to do and keep moving forward and not focusing on the past. So I feel like that's a hard obstacle that a lot of youth go through.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you saying, because where I'm from, there's not a lot of like motivation for kids to be out there, or like stopping them, because parents be going around just like don't care about what they do or what their kids do. A lot of my friends where I live don't even live at their houses, so it's kind of hard for them to find a good place to stay and do school. My friend lives across town and still trying to come to school on the bad side, which is sad, because I thought of him as my brother, and he's over there all depressed, and I'm trying to make it up to him. I support him as much as I can, but it's kind of hard when he's so far away from where he should be.
I think one of the biggest challenges for Native youth is, we're taught not to show our feelings from our parents. Most of our parents or grandparents, would be grandparents now, they went to boarding school. When the white people came over here, they were there, and they went through those obstacles, and it taught them that expressing your feelings is not okay. We don't talk about certain things. We don't talk about wanting to harm yourself. We don't talk about not wanting to live anymore. We don't talk about being sad. We don't talk about being mad. The only thing we know is to yell and scream and hit things, because our parents aren't emotionally available, but that's what they're taught from their parents. And, I think Native youth, like we're just taught like that from such a young age. Like we try to talk to our parents and they just can't say nothing because they can't even deal with their own trauma. So we just begin to cope through addiction and self-harm, and I think that's one of the biggest challenges in the Native community, especially with the youth today.
The next question is about cultural practices and how they heal you. Here we have yurok, obviously, and before it was called yurok, it was called isluk duch yurok, which means to brush off. So they would use dancing to brush off any negative emotions. So what are cultural practices that you guys practice to help you deal with mental illness?
So one of the things that I was taught when I was younger, like growing up, we go to sweat lodge. So, you know, we have the lodge, and then we have, like, in the middle, we have our rocks that we set on the fire all day, and we let heat up. And then when we go in there, we have our sweat leader, who's our water pourer. And one of the things that I was taught when I was younger is that when you go to sweat lodge, you're giving your emotions to the rocks, and you're letting grandfather help you and guide you with that. And that's one of the biggest things that like helped me, because especially after I came back to the community after I left when I was 11 years old because of traumatic events, the first thing I wanted to go to was a sweat lodge. I wanted to go pray. Because we sing our songs, and I wanted to go talk to Creator, and I wanted Him to hold me, and I wanted my ancestors to hold me too. So I think that's one of my cultural traditions that I do, but I also dance. I also dance at powwows. I'm a powwow girl. But yeah, that's one of my biggest things is, you know, I bring my sisters out there. My sisters are 6 and 4, and, you know, I bring them out there intertribal, because we don't have our regalia yet, but I bring them out there to dance and just sing, and I think it's just a good time, and it helps me feel better. It takes a weight off my shoulders.
So before I started using and chaos and all my trauma happened, I remember native dancing and putting up fish with my family and berry picking and feeling connected to my culture. But through the years that I was using, I feel I lost that. And I had like a hole that I wanted to fill, and I've always wanted to come home and be a part of again. So I'm still learning, but this week I was given the opportunity to go berry picking and put up fish again and pick the net and be with my family and be on our land. And I enjoy listening to my elders speak, people who came before me, and internalize that. I like to soak things up like a sponge from older people in our community. And I really feel connected and like to my spirituality when native dancing. But I'm still learning how to be connected to that.
I got lots written down, but my most favorite ones are Yuraking. I'm so happy that Teresa's here and I got to Yurak with her. I'm so proud. And she got to use my dance fans. And my other favorite is fishing. This season I went out on the Wood River, and we were out there for maybe about a month and a half. It felt too short. And then I took a break for like a week and a half, and then afterwards I got to go hang up fish with Denali and all her people from Huslia who came, and the Yukon. And it just felt so nice to be around like elders and stuff again. And I got to learn a whole bunch of different ways to do strips and how to do strip fish and gum chuck and how to stretch it and stuff. And we even kept some skin from them too that I'm hoping to send up for Bethany, one of her interns over there. And I'm just so happy that she let me work with her and I got to be in that environment, because I haven't had my gram to teach me some of the words while we, man, I might cry. 1 second. It was so nice because Robin Cheney's grandma and grandpa came, and as we were doing fish, their granddaughter Bethany, she'd look at them and pause for a second, and she'd think of a few words and go look at them and ask how to say them, and they'd start speaking their language, and it just felt so nice.
For me, I would say weaving baskets. I love to weave baskets with people, especially when people teach me new ways to do it. And then also I'm learning how to make baby baskets right now. I think that's pretty cool. And I learned my first one was a baby doll, so it was cool. And then also dancing shakehead. We danced last night, if people got to see. And that reminds me why I do what I do at the end of the day and why I followed this path of life. I mean, we're young, we could be anywhere. We could be doing anything, and we choose to be here today learning from everyone. So I think that just helps me and reminds me why I do what I do.
Hi. For me, I feel like for my mental wellness is going to ELM in California, and I feel like I find myself and seeing like those two dancers dancing around the fire. I feel like it helps me. Like the spirit there is there to support and lift me up again, because usually when I'm away from that, I don't feel like I'm myself. And like seeing my mom gather tule for baskets, or not tule, I mean what's it called? Willow. Willow, and picking tule for the women and the guests to sit on, and learning how to make feathers, flickers, skirts, and all that. And I feel like it supports me and my family too, and I'm happy that my mom found a great man, Mike Duncan. So ever since I was young, there's a thing called getting doctored in a roundhouse, which are part of the roundhouse, and I'm very blessed to be doctored in it, because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be doctored, but at that time I wasn't ready, and mentally and physically, and where I was at, and where as like a family, we weren't ready. And I'm so happy that I met these people, and Uncle Tony and Rose and everyone else, Casper, like every one of those people, like every time they sing, it just like it brings me joy. And just like as a young youth, when I was younger, just dancing on the sidelines and watching them dance, even in Shakehead. Like yesterday was my first time out of like 7 years of dancing Shakehead, so I feel like I'm back into it. Like I feel like me when I was a kid. So after dancing, it just brought me so much joy, and just being next to my relatives. So oh.
That was pretty good. Well, for me, I'm still new to this, getting to know my heritage, or getting back to like the native ways. I wasn't in my culture as much as I should have been back when I was younger. because I was moving a lot of situations with family. But I'm blessed now to have it. So the first thing that connected me and made me feel better from what I was doing was definitely the music and seeing them dance and just seeing them do all that, because one day I know I'm going to be doing that and doing it proud for my uncle, my family, my mother, and definitely for the culture. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, those cultural practices really do heal you. And I hope here we could have sessions where everyone in the community could practice, because here it's only the performances that we ever get to. And sometimes people don't really know the songs really well. So I hope we could have practices for open to the whole community. And the next question is about community organizations. So how could they better support Native youth in their mental health?
Hello. Okay, there we go.
For my answer, I put to remove stigmas and judgments towards Native youth because of their family. In Anchorage, when I got clean, me and a friend of mine were able to make a NA meeting for young people in recovery or struggling with addiction. So it was people 25 and under, and we had rules and guidelines we had to follow, but we had a safe place for young people to come and share their struggles and to find help and resources. I also think that I don't know where to start with that, but I think that there needs to be something for at-risk youth in our community. I think there needs to be some type of pressure, like people going out and reaching out to them consistently and showing up for them consistently and letting them know that they're not what they think they are. Something like that I think would be amazing.
Sorry. You know, the biggest thing when I first got here, we were driving around and, you know, I was with the youth from here, and the one thing that was getting brought up was there's nothing to do here. Like, they don't have open gym anymore or anything like that. And I was just thinking, and I was like, you know, when I get out of school, because where I'm from, like, we have things to do, but then we also have a choice. We have a choice to either go down the right path and go play sports or go sober, like just be sober, or you go hang out at the park and you sell weed and you do that. And that's our choice in my community. And, you know, I was just thinking, I was like, from whatever time the kids get out of school to the time they go to bed, that's free time. They're left in their feelings. If they have nothing to do, they don't have an open gym or like youth-led programs, just somewhere they can go and talk. Because for me, honestly, before I had Impact or before I would even be able to have programs, or before I would go hang out at school, before I would go to our football games or anything, that was my time to cry. And that was my time to smoke, and that was my time to drink. I'd be stuck in my thoughts, and all I could think about was, I really wished I could go somewhere and I could distract myself from thinking, what's my mom doing right now? Is she on the streets again? Or, I really don't like myself. Or, I just want to feel okay. So I think our youth, they really need something. They really need somewhere to go to, whatever it is. They need a program, they need something, so that they're not stuck in this dark place because they have nowhere to go to.
I would say, again, just being less dismissive. I think the hardest thing for me, I hit rock bottom at one point, and I was having I have a really good life, I would say, and just feeling alone at points really hurt. I mean, sometimes I just felt like I had no one there to check in on me, and it's different because people don't really see it because they're like, you have this really good life. They don't see what people go through at times. And so when they found out things that happened or people heard about things, they're like, maybe that's why she was acting out. Maybe that's why she didn't want to come around no more. And so I think just being more open-minded to checking in on the youth, I think it's hard because sometimes people get caught up in their own lives and they forget that there's kids, and kids have really big feelings. And so just checking in on people and making them feel seen at points, even call them once a week and say, hey, how are you doing? That's all it takes for someone to feel like someone has someone at the end of the day. So just making it known that there's someone there for them, and it could really be anybody, a friend, a family member. Just knowing that having one person there changes a lot.
Well, for me, I feel like talking and communicating with an elder or someone could help and relieve all that stress and pain. And what my mom usually says, she says, we live in the native indigenous world and we live in the white man's world. And you can't live one because it doesn't work in this society. So for me, when I live in the white man's world, it gets hard. And I live pretty much by myself during the school year. And when things get hard and I need someone, I try to look for someone to talk to because I can't hold it in. Like a lot of kids out there, they hold all that anger and negativity and bad spirits in, and they hide it with drinking alcohol, doing drugs, smoking, and that's what I notice in Tahoe. All those kids in school do all those negative activities. And even like my family too, like my grandma, great grandma, my mom, like all those people, they lived on the res or in Yosemite, and like there was no one there for them. So like they hide their negativity and their hurt, and they didn't know what to do with it, so they went to drinking. And like after they moved out the res and getting support and therapy and talking to each other, like everything gone so much better. And if they didn't quit like what they were doing, I don't know where I would be right now. And that's what I noticed with a lot of Native youth, like kids like look up to their parents, and once they see that, they start doing it. They have no one, they don't have their mom or their grandma or their grandpa to talk to them about those things. So what I feel like what Native youth go through is going through alcohol. And like for me, I'm here for like my generation is to break that cycle for my native family. And I don't want that if I have kids, I don't want that to happen to them. So I gotta learn from my parents' mistakes and look in the future how I want my kids to be, or where like which environment where I want them to be in. So for me, I've like talking to someone and being there. Like since me and my sister were born, my mom, my grandma, they stopped drinking and doing all those bad things for us, because they realized that they don't want us to go through the same thing that they went through. And I'm so blessed for them to realize that, because I don't know where I would be right now if I didn't have them and they didn't realize that.
Well, I want to touch up back on him talking about drugs and alcohol abuse, because it's very common in my community right now. Literally everybody I know drinks and smokes and all that. Sadly, I was introduced to it because of my community. I was very sheltered but privileged as a kid, but obviously I still ended up doing what I did, which was not good. I'm still trying to learn, I'm still trying to get better, but the thing that helped me the most, and what this question really talks about, is how to support the youth, because we're not getting as much support as people might seem, because school, it's not really a safe place because of all this stuff that happened. You have to do something or join someone to make yourself be safe. And it was sad because I had to do something like that, and a lot of my friends had to do it too. And if you don't do it, then you're in risk of yourself, of your friends, of your loved ones, because our community is so small. It's just down the block, or it's a couple blocks over. And especially for me, because my school is like 5 minutes away from me, and everybody knows where I live. So I had to do what I had to do to keep my family safe and keep myself safe. So I think there should be more programs, and not even programs, but like cops that don't like discriminate, but try to help, because most of my community is African American, Asians, Samoans, natives, because one of my older friends is native, and he gets his hair braided, he talks to me, and he supports me. But he's told me a lot of deep things about the community that I didn't know. So a lot of things I want to do for my community, and which I'm trying to do, is to bring back sports, because a lot of kids don't care for it anymore. They stop joining because they're too hanging around smoking, doing drugs, or driving, stealing, robbing people, trying to find the money the easy way. And so I think there should be more just like programs, because the only programs we have are only for individual people, for privileged people, for people that have money. And sadly, not all of us have that. And even common things like working out or going to the gym or having a working phone is hard for some people. And I just hope that there would be more support for us. So I'm trying to figure out how to get more support from my community, and I think that everybody in every community should do that too. Thank you.
Boyana for sharing. Another question is, what advice would you give for other Native youth who are struggling with mental wellness or cultural well-being?
Okay.
Sorry. You know, I got teared up there when he was talking about how you had to do things like to be safe, like. It's just so hard because in my community, there's my school, and where I live is like middle class, I guess. So I live right here. Here's the apartments, and here's the light rail. Here's White Rock. So we all go to one school. So all of us right here go to one school, and every year, there's at least 1 or 2 kids died from gun violence. Because they had to join something to keep them safe. And just like last summer, like a few weeks ago, one of our friends, Elijah Wallace, died because gun violence, and they shot up his memorial. All because he had to join something he didn't want to join. To protect his family, to protect his brothers, to protect his mom. So then I just think about it, and I'm just like, this is what our youth are doing now, because they're scared. They're scared. I'm scared. So advice that I'd give to other Native youth is reach out. You know who's safe in your community and you know who's not. And you know, we sit here and we blame ourselves a lot when really it's not our fault. And we sit here and we self-harm and we just wonder, like, what's wrong with us? When really nothing's wrong with you. It's the world we live in. Because before the white men came, our people were happy. We were able to practice our ceremonies. I don't know the exact year, but like it was 1978, I want to say, I'm not sure. But in the 70s, like, we're finally just able to practice our ceremonies. Really? Like, that's what it comes down to, and we're blessed, our youth are blessed to have the opportunity now. You know, we have our ceremony, go to ceremony, do your best. And if you're struggling with substance abuse, reach out to people in your community. Talk to somebody. That's the biggest thing I can stress. Because every time I attempted, it was because I wasn't talking to anybody. It was because I blamed myself for what he put me through. he did those things to me, and then I blame myself. What's wrong with me? When really it's not your fault. It's not your fault. And I just think like, I love each and every single one of you, every single one of you in the room. I love you when I open my heart to you. Because that's the way I was taught. I come from very loving people. And I just want to say, and to all the youth in this room, it's not your fault. And you look up in the sky and you just ask Creator, guide you, help you, hold your hand. Because sometimes we all just need that. Go talk to your elders. Go give them a hug. Sit down, eat some food with them. That's one of the biggest things, is just talk.
That was really good, thank you. What advice would I give to other Native youth who might be struggling with thoughts of self-harm, depression, or substance abuse? Search for safe people, people who won't judge you, and you have to search. Keep going and keep trying, because you are more than you know you are. It's possible for anybody, any drug addict, anyone who's struggling with mental health, depression, people who absolutely, I hated myself. I thought I still struggle with it. I felt like I didn't fit in, that I was like trash, basically. And I could never be a part of again. I could never love myself or find my purpose. I thought I was just gonna die and be nothing, and nobody would care. That's what I thought. And just know that there are so many people who have made it through that, and it's possible for you too. It's not your fault. People tell us things, people try to tell us who we are. Things that happen don't define you. You deserve all the good things in the world, no matter who you are or where you come from or what you've done or how much you lied or how much you stole or how sad you are or how mad you are, how angry you are at the world. It's possible to change and to find love from people again. And you will find your people, and they will love you. You just have to keep pushing and reach out for help and be honest and keep trying if people turn you away. Keep trying and keep going.
I just gotta say, reach out to your friends. Even if you don't really feel like it, they're there for you. They love you. And yeah.
They said it all. Yeah, just like I would definitely just say, like, you guys are all worthy living this life you're living. Don't ever feel like you're not meant to be here, because God put you here for a reason. You're not here by miracle. So I would just say reach out. There is definitely people. There's always going to be one person here for you and wanting the best for you. Even if they're in the corner hiding, they're somewhere. So just make sure you reach out, and if that person don't work, go to the next person. There will always be someone to talk to. I mean, they really did say a lot of good words. I agree with everything they said. And just knowing you're not alone in this life you're living is a really big thing. And other people, like adults, make that known. Know they're not alone and that's really big, so.
Maybe you put it What I have to say is, like they said, keep moving forward. Like, don't let anyone stop you, or like if you're going through it, just like keep moving forward. Like it'll get better, and don't live in the past. If you live in the past, you're just gonna bring that with you in the future, and you'll never change and heal from those wounds. Like even if your father never been there, or your mother, or like just there's always someone there for you. Like for me at least, I never had a dad. I never had a real father. Like my mom had boyfriends, but like I never had a real father until now over there. But just like for me, I've always had like well not always, but I had an abusive stepfather, and I thought it was me, but it wasn't me. It was his hurts, and it was his struggles, but he just put that out on me. I had to sit in the corner for straight up a whole day or a week straight, wake up in the morning, go straight to the corner, or sometimes he'll just leave me out in the middle of the night, and my mom comes in 2 in the morning after work, tells me to go to bed. But I went through that struggle, but I'm not gonna let that change me, the person I am right now. Because if I kept holding on to that pain, I don't know where I would be right now, or who the person I would be right now. Like for me, I try to find like everything positive, even if at people's lowest. So for me at least, I'm not gonna go through those same steps that they went through. I don't want my kids to be hurt like that. I need to know now. So I'm also grateful that I know how to be as a father when I grow up. So like it'll get better eventually, but it's better learning now than later. But sometimes other cases it's no one should never be in those hard times. So I feel like just keep moving forward and try to talk to someone there. Like for me, the big one is my Amma, Donna Dominguez, my grandparents' daughter. She's always been there, even when I've been having the most, even when I'm on the urge of just like doing something, or she's always been there. Even my parents or my step-parents or whatever didn't see me the way that she saw me. So I'm grateful for her, and if it wasn't for her, I don't know where I would be right now. So I'm thankful for that. So if she's watching, I love you, Ma. Oh.
Got something to say now. I just want to add something. I have a question. Have you guys ever walked into the kitchen while someone was cooking and touched the hot pan when you were little? Raise your hand if you've done that. Touched a hot pan when you were little. All the time. Raise your hand. By what I'm saying is it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to learn from what you're doing. I mean, I've touched a hot pan, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to do that no more. So just like learning from your mistakes, and it's okay to make mistakes. That's how you grow as a person. If everybody didn't make mistakes, how would you grow? And so it's okay to grow and learn and make mistakes and just learn from it. So that's all I wanted to add.
I want to add something too real quick, is something that came to me, we were in an impact meeting, I want to say a few weeks ago, and we were talking about broken homes, and there were like at least like 20 kids, 10, 15. I'm asking you because you were there. But I want to say like there were like 12, 15 kids, and we asked the kids, how many of you guys live in a 2-parent home? And one of them raised their hand. Out of all those kids. And I just want to say, like, if you come from a broken home or your parents aren't together, for me, my mom's gone. She's on the streets somewhere, or she's, I don't know where she is. But, you know, the biggest thing is, it's not your fault, it's their trauma. Because one thing with addict parents is they'll try to push that trauma onto you when it's, oh, your fault I did this, and your fault I did drugs over you because of you, and your fault. But it's not your fault. You're just a kid. You didn't ask to be brought into this world. Creator brought you to this world because he knew that you had a fire in you, and he knew that you could teach something. That's why he brought you into this world. So use that fire inside of you that Mauna gave you. Use it. Use it to do good in this world. Don't let the fire burn out. And if it does burn out, light it back up again. Because sometimes we burn out, okay? But that's why Mauna's right there. He's right there in this room. Our ancestors are here in this room. I bet you they're all sitting right here. They're right here. You just call for them, sing your songs. Oh. Start doing the war part.
That's what Oni said earlier, looking towards the future. You can't dwell on the past, can't dwell on your trauma. There's a saying, it says, you can't drive forward when you're looking in the rearview mirror. And when I hear that, I think about in smoke signals, that movie representation, you're following your traditional ways, but you're still looking towards the future. And we're gonna ask questions for the audience. If the audience has any questions for the youth, they're open.
Thank you, and thank you so much for sharing today. At these conferences, it's not really common to have a youth panel, so this is really a great opportunity for us. And thank you for taking the time to share. Tim Collins from Alaska Native Epidemiology Center. Some parts of Alaska are just now getting satellite internet, and that means the social media feeds coming in and everything. And I'm wondering from the panel what you think some of the positive aspects of that might be and what some of the negative aspects of that might be. Like Bailey, maybe you've seen the TikToks of like Selena Ellsworth and people who share from their communities. It can be a really powerful thing to share your culture in your home, but there are also some potential drawbacks. I was just wondering what the experiences were and what the thoughts are on that.
Is it working now? Oh, okay. So I think a good positive is the inspiration, because when you see stuff like that, you just want to like, either it could be TikTok or like a social media or even like app games, because I know a lot of friends that play apps and we all play together, and it's like, it's always like humbling to see us all. It feels like, damn. Sorry. It feels like, I don't know how to explain this. It feels like I'm a kid again. Like, I don't feel like I'm a teenager. I feel like I can play games with my friends or have fun or post something, experience stuff, and even seeing other people's experience, because I see my friends, they're like hanging out, so I'm like, oh, I text them, I go see what they're doing, and go out and have fun with them. But obviously there's going to be negatives. I don't like to speak on that.
Yeah, there's a lot of negatives. Negatives. But my bad. Sorry, my bad. Anyways, but yeah, there's a lot of bad things on there too, which Shidra wasn't really talking about. But like a lot of the things you see on the social media, like don't believe everything's true on there, because you only get like half of the part of the story except the full. And a lot of the stuff that they post on social media or what you see, you don't see the full story or the full picture of what's going on, like those police officers getting pulled over by a police officer and saying and there's always a Karen there, you know. So yeah, so don't believe anything like that's on social media. Like there's some good and some bad, so it's like 50-50. And like be careful what you post too and what you do, because it could reflect on what's going to happen in the future when you're older. Like if you're, you know, smoking and posting it and, oh look how cool I am, it can reflect once you're older and you don't want to do those things anymore. And if you're trying to apply for a job or go in a community or like be in some sort anything, like someone can like bring that up and be like, is this you? And that could hurt your career once you're older. And even like where I live, there's a lot of fighting, so a lot of those kids video other kids fighting, and they post it online. Everyone's always recording, because like those kids are not mature enough to realize like it's no fun, no good to see other people fighting, and they'll just post like everyone will just post like that fight. But then once they get older, it'll reflect on what happened that day, and they'll be like, is this you? And whoever you're trying to do or go to, they won't trust you because of that. They think you're that same person. So thank you.
For me, I would just say like social media has a really big impact on how people act today. I mean, I'm a big TikToker. I love watching TikTok and making TikToks, but sometimes you're scrolling through TikTok and you're like watching all these videos and you're like, they're cussing around, shaking their butts, and you know, it's like, and then people start doing it and that's all you see, and you're kind of like, that's how our children are. That's how they're becoming because of how they're being influenced by celebrities, quote unquote. And so kind of reflecting on that, I know there's a good aspect on social media. I mean, I text a lot of people over social media or communicate. I like watching people's videos on social media. But sometimes it gets like overwhelming when people start bringing drama to the internet. I mean, that's such a big thing. I watch people older than me, 10 years older than me, posting, oh, this girl, da-da-da-da. I'm like, dang, why put it on social media for, you know? Like, that's like personal, you know? And then other people see that and they make it like normalized in a way. They normalize treating people bad on social media. And so when people see that, they're like, oh, that's kind of cool, you know? Or that's funny. And when in reality, it's really not. And so me and Kaylee were talking about this the other night, and we were talking about social media, and she was like, you know, I would love to have social media, but I'm so at peace with life right now. Life is so nice not having to see what people are doing. And I wish I was as strong as her and not having social media. And I think I just am too addicted. I think it's an addiction, social media, and it's not drugs, but it does really change your mind. It's mind altercating in a different way. And so when she said that, I was like, that's cool. That's really strong of her, because it takes a really good person to not want to follow what other people are doing or do what other people are doing. She's her own leader, and I love that about her. So. Oh,
I love you too.
I'm proud of all you guys.
Gosh. We're like family. You know, we fight, we laugh, we love each other. Why are you guys all looking at me? Okay, so with social media, yeah, I had social media when I was younger, and you know, the one thing was that it's not very good. You know, the biggest thing that I saw was there's negative things about Native people. And, you know, I still have TikTok. That's the one social media I have. And, you know, there was this TikTok about, you know, this lady was like, Native people don't exist anymore, and it's just a bunch of random people just doing dances. And then this lady was in the comments, and I was like, you know, that's not true. I don't know where you got that from, but, you know, really respectfully trying to tell her, and she was like, oh, how are you gonna know? Are you Native? And I said, yeah, actually I am. Like, do you wanna see the card? Like, you know, like, you know, and that's what, like, that's just one of the negative things about social media is, like, just, people are just gonna be people, okay? And, you know, some people still have the colonizer mentality, and they're still like, this, and that, and we're like, no, no, no. That's the best way I can describe it. But I think one of the positive things about social media is that, you know, like, we have, like, Dallas Goldtooth on there. Like, that's my celebrity, man. And, like, just a bunch of Native, you know, Native people, like, going around spreading the word, like, spreading who we are. And I like to call it Native TikTok. You know, when you go through the For You page and you see the little powwow dances, and I'm like, hey, there I am. And, you know, so I just think that's one of the positives about it, you know, and that's one thing, like, that for Native youth, like, just search for those people out there. Impact got a TikTok. Post some funny videos on there, man. But yeah, I just think that's the biggest thing. And then also just being safe on social media. What you post is what you post, and it stays on there. So, like, the biggest thing is, like, you know, when we post, like, or send inappropriate pictures, that stays on the internet. It really does. And I'm not saying this to be like, oh, don't do this and don't do that. I'm saying this because I want to protect you, and I care about the future for Native youth. And that's somewhere I don't think we want to be right now. So I just hope everybody can learn to be safe on social media and go follow Impact on TikTok.
Is there any more questions?
I have one. Not necessarily a question, but a suggestion. So when I was hearing you guys speak about reaching out, if you see someone suffering, you can reach out to them. It's a generational curse that we're trying to break, to be able to heal and to teach our younger children, our younger generations, not to live the way that we were taught. So thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. If there is anybody in this room who needs somebody or needs resources, I can get you like treatment or sober living, things like that, that we don't have much of here. I'm always somebody that you can call, and I enjoy helping people, so if anybody needs any help with anything, I would be more than willing to be that person for you.
Yeah, me too. And also, I like to give hugs. I'm a hugger. So if anybody needs a hug, I'll be sitting right there. Also, if anybody needs my number or anything, like they just want to talk, I'm always open to that. I'm always open to everywhere I go. I like to, give hugs, and like if you need my number, like to reach out, like, hey, I'm struggling right now, because I've been through a lot, so I know how to cope with a lot of things. So if anybody does need that, just let me know.
Hello.
Oh.
I'm super stepping out of my comfort zone because of you guys. And I really appreciate your guys' perspective, because I've been there and I've done that. And I read something somewhere in life. It said the people all around the world are hurting or for just a little piece of bread. People are hungry. But there's a lot more people that are hurting just for a little bit of love. And that's what our youth needs. And connectedness and acceptance. I'm really happy you guys are up there telling us how you guys see things. And it made me see things. I look like I'm white. I'm a proud Alaskan Native. I grew up the subsistence lifestyle, and I'm very appreciative to have grown up and taught the Native way from my grandpa. And I've never felt more at peace than I have doing stuff, living the life, living the subsistence life. And that's what a lot of our kids, our youth need. I have a broken home now. I have kids of my own. And I'm trying really hard to do the right thing. But it's like I'm being brainwashed by this modern world. I want to raise my kids the way my parents raised me, but I can't do that because that world doesn't exist anymore. So we have to, as people, adapt to the times, all the hurt, or all the good and the bad. It's not cool to do drugs. It's not cool to drink. It's not cool to do all that stuff that our modern world says is cool. What's cool is being there for family, being there for your friends, especially your friends. Friends, half of my friends are gone already because of this drugs, suicides. But when I see you guys up there, it gives me hope. I want to keep on trying, and I don't want to give up. Thank you guys for sharing.
Hello. Look, I wear your skirt today. I never say that, but I think I'm gonna start saying it or something. I'm Katerina. And I just wanted to recognize Annalie and Bailey. I've known them since they were really little, and I keep telling everybody, man, I remember, Annalie, I'm so proud of you for speaking yesterday. I was telling these guys, I was like, oh man, I just remember when she was just a little baby, and now she's experienced so much. And Bailey too, I love you. I'm an older sister. I have 6 younger siblings, my babies. And when I look at you guys and I hear you guys talking, I think you share a lot of similar experiences that they do. And so I'm gonna be your big sister for a little bit. I wish I could hug you all. But I'm 24 years old, and I did experience a lot of the things that you guys are talking about. And when I was in middle school was when I was introduced to social media. We got to see the first of Snapchat, the first of Instagram, Facebook. There used to be MySpace. You guys remember MySpace? But anyway, it was at that young of age, you don't really understand the effects that it has on you. It's just instantaneous gratification or entertainment, and we're just kind of glued to our screens. They have screen time now. They tell you how long you've been staring at your screen. Are you guys proud of that? How do you guys, there was a point in my life where I was spending 8 hours a day on my phone, and it was telling me that. 8 hours a day. And I was going to college, and that was probably the lowest of my low, was when, it was right before COVID. But I got a notification on my phone that said, you spent 10 hours on your phone today. And I was like, what the heck? I don't even have a job. I have nothing to show for it. In fact, the only thing I have to show for that is self-loathe. Like, I look at all these people on my phone and I say, oh, I don't look like them, I don't think like them, so there's something wrong with me. And I was able to trace back all the way back to middle school is when I started not to like who I was, not to like where I came from. I didn't really think I belonged anywhere because I wasn't like the people on my phone. But when I hear you guys say things, talking about self-harm, talking about saying the worst things about yourself, it like breaks my heart to see young people like yourself, because that was me, and that was the biggest pain I've ever felt in my life, was hating myself, hating what I saw in the mirror, hating the way that I thought. And for 7 or 8 years, I trained myself, my brain. I told myself every day, you're not good enough, you didn't do this, you're not pretty enough, you don't look this way. And it progressively got worse to where I didn't know a single thing that I loved about myself. Not a single thing. I couldn't name one. And I was away from my family. I was at college in Arizona. And I just wanted to come home, and COVID hit. I was like, okay, good, I get to go home. I get to be with my family. It's gonna fix everything. It didn't fix everything. I still hated myself, and I was so desperate for a will to stay on this earth. And I had to think really hard, why do I want to stay on this earth? Why do I hate myself so much? Why do I look in the mirror and be so sad? And I had to think, well, who in my life sees only good in me? It wasn't my siblings, we always fought. It wasn't my parents, they were always mad at me. And the people that I thought of were my grandparents, my grandmas. I could do anything. And she would just still, come here, Shiyosha, I love you. And I'm like, how does she just love me all the time like that? But I had to think of myself through my grandma's eyes. Think of the things that she's proud of in me. And then I was like, oh, I did this. That was really awesome. I'm really proud of that, actually. And that's when my self-love journey began. And I will continue to preach self-love for the rest of my life, because I think self-loathing brings out a lot of really weird stuff in ourselves and things that we're not proud of. And I'm hoping to reach the older generations as well, to help better understand these youth that are just, I guess we're all addicted to our phones, but I know, and last year I was a teacher, and I got to see firsthand these kiddos that I knew since they were babies talk really badly about themselves. And I was able to understand. I was able to reason with them. But for you parents or grandparents who want to better understand your babies a little more, just tell them that you love them and tell them why you're proud of them often. And you guys, I love you. Thank you for talking today. Remind yourself small things every single day. It's not something that changes overnight. Remind yourself every single day what you're proud of in yourself.
You only have you in the end, I promise. You only have you in the end, so you better take care of yourself, okay? All right. Okay. Diana.
So I appreciate you all. I learned so much from the youth and our elders. And as you're speaking, I have this question inside me, because you're speaking to the little boy that's inside of me. You're speaking to the youth that is inside of me, that still has a ways to go to grow, to be the man and the elder that Creator intended for me in my life. But one thing that I've learned along the road and along this path, this journey, is to believe in the Creator and to talk to the Creator and to ask the Creator. Because sometimes I don't have phone service right now, so I can't call nobody. And sometimes I need to call somebody, but I don't have anybody to call on. I'm out in the middle of nowhere, or I'm stranded, or I'm in a situation where I just have to rely on my Creator. And I've learned to pray. Pray in my language, pray by being next to the water, by sweating, by singing. What can anyone ask or answer this question? How do you pray? And if you haven't, have you thought about it? Or who do you follow? Or how important is prayer in your life?
For me, I don't know when I started praying, because there were like these moments of like desperation, like somebody else was talking about, where I had no other option but to do that, and it helped. So I just close my eyes, go somewhere by myself, and I don't even know what I'm doing, but I have something in me that tells me I need to do that. And just talk to whatever there is, and cry, and that's a safe place for me. I like to meditate, and I think that's a form of prayer for me, like just being alone outside, seeing water. We went on a boat ride a couple days ago, and I was just like looking at the mountains and the water, and that's prayer for me. I'm like, thank you for having me be here, like on earth, and I get to live today. I get to experience all these things, and I express my gratitude and ask for strength to make it through whatever I'm dealing with, or I ask to help me with whatever behavior or trauma that's happening in my life at that moment. So that's what I do.
I think for prayer is, I was raised in ceremony for like my whole life, but then I also had that like patch where I didn't go to ceremony, and I didn't know how to pray for a long time. And you know, where we're from, it's like sometimes I'm ashamed because I don't know my language. So how do I pray in my language? And I just applied to my tribe. We have an Osage Language Academy. And I just applied, and I got in for Mondays and Wednesdays. And you know, that's the biggest thing for me, because Mauna, my Creator, He hears me. He hears me in my Osage language. He hears me in my Quapaw language. He hears me in my Ho-Chunk language and my Menominee language. I'm just all of them, you know, and he hears us in that language. And so my thing is, if you know how to pray in your language and just give thanks, give gratitude, then do that. And if you don't, it's okay. Because the one thing that I know in Ho-Chunk is Mauna means creator, earth maker. So that's the one thing, and you know, I say my prayer in English, but it's okay. Because I know that Creator hears me because He's in my heart. He's in me. So I think prayer, you know, however you say it, it's okay. Just know that He's still listening to you.
One thing for me is every night before I go to bed, I pray, and I always start off, I'm like, thank you, Creator, for this life you give me. And I just thank Him for everything He does for me. And then I go, please keep my parents safe. Please keep my grandparents safe. Please keep me safe. And I do that because sometimes I'll sit there and I'm like, something feels like something's gonna happen, and I turn to Him. That's the one thing I do. And I remember one time, I don't really tell people, and I was like, yeah, every night before I go to bed, I pray. And they start laughing, and I'm like, what? You know? I'm like, what? And they're like, you do that? And I'm like, yeah, like, this is what I do to like feel connected, and I pray to Him because at the end of the day, that's the person who watches everything we do. And so when I pray, I feel more at ease, and sometimes I won't do it, but for the most part, I will. And if I'm alone, I'll say it out loud, and if I'm with people, I'll just say it in my head really quick before I go to sleep. But I think always just acknowledging that He's there and that I can pray, and it's something I can go to when I need Him the most. So, yeah.
Yeah, when I pray, I usually, for me, I grab my dog. So, cause us natives, we're close to animals, and we hunt for deer. We gather birds, so we're really close to animals. And I grab my dog, and I usually pray. I grab my chuka and I whisper in his ear, and I pray if I'm going through a hard time, or if there's like a bad episode of what's going on in my life. Or usually, like most of the time, I grab my clapper and I usually just sing a song that's on the top of my head, and I just sing for a long time until I feel like it's there. Like I feel that spark. I feel that spark that's there. I feel that spirit. Or usually I go to Roundhouse in California to watch those dancers and dance on the sideline and pray there, pray for my grandparents, and be blessed for them to still be there and watching those ancestors dancing on the sidelines, and the people that are around the fire. Or even when I'm in Riggins too, I usually, when I'm going through a hard time, like for me, I usually try to dance and have those feathers and take that, because for the feathers that we have, we dance in them, and we bring everyone's negativity and all the bad stuff that they have, and we bring them to the feathers absorb that and send them off into a better way. And usually I usually dance, and if I'm having a hard time, I usually dance, and so that's usually how I pray.
One of the ways I pray is Margie and Aaron, when they first taught us dancing, there was the Raven song,
like what Tom Tom was singing yesterday. There's always that song. I close my eyes and I could just hear Erin singing it in the background real slow. I could see Margie dancing and I'll follow along with her. Or the Seal Boy song is my absolute favorite. And my other way is doing fish with my loved ones. My favoriteest thing is doing fish with my grandpa or fish with Denali. It's just the best environment. Has a really good feeling to it. I love being with fish in the water.
So I thank you for answering that. It's beautiful, our indigenous ways. When I first came here to Alaska, I saw the elders smiling. And then my grandma always told me that when you smile at somebody, that's your way to pray for them. And so when I felt that, and I seen that for the first time here, I felt loved, and I felt warm. And I remember my grandma, whenever we'd travel, we'd be going over the mountains and we'd cross water and she would be singing. You could hear, she wouldn't sing loud, but she'd sing and she'd say her language and she'd pray. And I remember one time we were traveling somewhere and I had my brother Cass. Brother Cass, he was in the front seat and I was kind of driving and I could hear him. He'd be singing. And I thought, wow, what a blessing to be able to have that come back and be able to hear that. And then as I grew a little older, I was taught by the elders that everything we do is a prayer. Everything we say is a prayer. Every hug we give is a prayer. Every gesture, tobacco, conversation is a prayer. Every time we sing and dance, it's prayer. You hear the whistles when the dancers are dancing and they blow that whistle. That whistle is a prayer. When we go outside and we turn in the 4 directions and we acknowledge the Creator from all 4 directions, that's a prayer. And I didn't wake up knowing these things. That was taught to me by my people, by the songs, by the elders. And so I just wanted to say that in closing, and I appreciate your answers because it's important to be able to have that relationship with Creator. And thank you all for listening to that little bit. But I had an experience yesterday. An elder came to me and thanked me for the words and held on to me. And it was a 20-second hug. I told my wife, I said, babe, I got a 20-second hug. And she says, I hope she knows she's going to get cut. No. She said, it had to have been from an elder. And I said, it was. That's an elder telling me that I'm loved. That's an elder telling me how beautiful that connection is. And so don't ever waste your hugs. Always give them away. Always love your people. Always love your elders. You know, an elder in Tuolumne, California, a long time ago told me, I asked that elder a question. I said, what can you tell a young, dumb guy like me? Some wisdom. Give me some wisdom. And the elder told me, never, ever passed by an elder without acknowledging them and their ancestors.
I just wanted to thank the elders, the youth, for their courage and their bravery to come forward and talking in honesty and asking for things that could move and heal them in the future. I've lived in the Bristol Bay region for many years. I was a product of the boarding home student. My number was 31. I left this area 57 years ago, not being raised by my parents as a young adolescent. I became an adult. So I grew up in a structured environment. The BIA got me more structured. I make my bed every day, because if your bed wasn't made, it was torn and thrown onto the floor. I have a real passion for being a perfectionist. After I went to Beauty for Ashes about 30 years ago, I learned that I don't need to be that. And sometimes I get messy. And when I mean messy, I could shed tears. Tears are really healing, very, very healing. And your family functions become stronger. Sometimes you see the mistakes, and try to correct them, but every single individual in this room has to think of me in healing before we could heal anyone else. And I know that because I have 3 children. And my children came to Dillingham for high school, but they did come home often. So I didn't really lose being a mother in their teenage years, because there was a lot of problems that went along with their growth. And prayer is so important in the morning and the evening. When I'm a gatherer, I love gathering. I pick a lot of berries, I pick a lot of herbs, I pick a lot of medicines. I use them daily. I gather so that I would have those medicines with me throughout the winter. I'm a firm believer in that. And I learned that from my grandmother. My grandmother was a very loving, fun grandmother who came into our region in the spring and left in the fall. And she worked for a living. She never raised any of her children. All her children were adopted out. When my oldest turned 12, I became a single parent. It was hard work. It's still hard work, because I'm still working with my children and my grandchildren. But what prevailed was love and prayer. It's not an easy road every single day. Every single day that we wake up is a day that we are happy to be on this earth, and what could we do to make the day better? How can you change? Every single day we have a connection, not only with God, but with those around us. My immediate family is my family, but I have a lot of extended family in this room. People that I've met over the years, people that I've healed together with, people that I shared my deepest sorrows, my hurts. It helps to talk about it. I know there's not a lot of things for our youth and not a lot of programs. And I only wished we had those youth centers, those people that facilitated, people that you could talk to, the counseling, finding a friend, somewhere you could go to so that you could reach out and be helped and keep moving forward, someone that could look at you in a different way. Sometimes it's challenging for parents as well, because some parents are not healed. We're not here on this earth to judge people. Each and every one of us has a path within our journey, and we learn how to use those tools every single day. Because people fall, we're all human, and only the Creator could judge us on that judgment day. But I wanted to say how proud I am, and I know you'll go a long way. In my little community, and there's less than 50 people in my community, I am so proud of the students that are learning their language. They say our Pledge of Allegiance in language, and they're learning to dance, and we have other facilitators coming in. The tribe provides the resources, and I'm proud that they are also involved in other programs so they're able to express how they feel. I've reached out to young children, and it's the little comments you make in life. Wow, I like your haircut. I love the way you bead. That's the new hat. I like that. You know, uplifting them. And they're our future leaders. So every child needs to feel that love and cherishment in young adolescents, and I thank you.
Koyana, Sharon, you've given me a lot of encouraging words over the years, so I want to thank you I just want everybody to know that. You're a person that does that. So I feel like you guys are really the most important people in this room. Like Coral said, you know, you guys will be taking care of us when we're old. So we really want you to have what you need. So I want to thank you, Koyana Chuknuk, from like every cell in my body for everything that you shared. And quickly, I'll say, if you have ever harmed a young person, immediately take accountability and fix it. And don't give yourself a door to do it again. You know, if something happens and you hurt somebody, apologize again, but don't give yourself like an avenue to continue to hurt young people. Just make that's not an option. That's no longer an option. We have to uplift our young people. And when they come to you to share their hurt with you, or they come to you to ask you to hear them, well, now you know you have to be ready. They've asked us, so we all heard it. So if you guys don't move, stand up. You guys could stand up. We're gonna take a couple of pictures, but stay there. You guys stay there. I would like everybody to stand up. If you can, if you have mobility things, you can stay seated, but I would like us to stand up and honor them. If you wanted to say anything, but I think we're done. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. We're good. All right, you guys, appreciate it. You guys stand up. And again, we want to say thank you for allowing us to be here, to come and bring our youth in your home. Welcome us. You know, been nothing but smiles and hugs and friendly people here, and we're really, truly thankful for allowing us to come here and share our recovery, our healing, our youth with your community. So we just want to take some pictures and, again, say thank you to everyone.
May, come up here and be in this picture.
How about this? How about this? If there's any other youth in the building, can you please come up for a picture? We want all our youth up front. Let's get all our youth. Let's get all our youth. Any more youth, please come down. Our future looks bright and strong. Can we give it up for our youth? This is how I know we're going to have a good future, is by our youth. We're looking good in the future, guys. It's a beautiful picture. And while we have all our youth here, I'm going to sing a song for them. This song is usually what our grandchildren, our children dance for our grandparents. It's a grandparent song that we sing to them. We hug them, we love them. And it's Yugi Ama Ivagamkan.
So we're going to take a break, get some water, walk around, go to the bathroom, There should be toilet paper now.
Remember, if you didn't grab a blue ticket, please go to the desk over there and grab a ticket for door prizes. We'll do door prizes after the break. Present to win. Going once, going twice. No answer? Gone. Okay. Tony Steele. He is not in the building. Well, I did say you have to be in the building. You have to be present to win. Well, he's getting his coffee. That better be some good coffee. Okay. Margie Nikolai. Well, we can do them after IU.
Okay, we'll do this. This is coming next after IU. We have the Bailey Earrings. So.
Bailey Earrings after our speaker. So we're going to continue on with our agenda. Coming back from our break, and we have Ayu Kasatak. And please welcome Ayu.
Wow, rough. Gotta be present to win. Ooh. Tough crowd, tough crowd. Wanga atiga ayu. Unga lakleng muronga. Uvanga atatak delaluk kasataktuk. Suli amaritka banyok kuchik. Uvanga angayukak. Sitaktun Kutkok Herdman, Uvanga Abarami Doug Herdman, Kitnurat mi Kutukok, Delaluk, Kanigluk, Suli Inuat Lurak. Forgive me for any mistakes. My mother is reteaching me my introduction, so I'm still learning. Koyanakbak for inviting me to come and be with you again this year. It really has been such an honor. I feel very humbled to be asked to hold space with all of you and hopefully to share some of my own experiences in the hopes that there may be points of connection for you in your journeys as well. I also want to just give so much love to those who are creating this space for us with so much love and care. Can we please give them a round of applause? I've heard from so many people since being here how this space has been one of healing, of connection, of feeling seen and heard in ways that our people haven't been for a long time. And I just really want to uplift the hard work it takes to make that kind of safe space for our people's truths and to really bring that love of who we are into our space. You know, I almost, after listening to our youth earlier, felt like, oh, I don't even need to speak. We should just leave it on that, you know? And then I really started reflecting that all of us have been youth once. The truths that they were speaking into this space are our people's truths. My brother over here earlier said, you're speaking to the little boy inside me. And when our youth were speaking, I was feeling that healing of our young people being able to speak truths that we weren't able to sooner, that wasn't safe for us to speak sooner. And what kept coming to my mind, because I'm learning to be one of our tattooists, I do our traditional tattooing, is one of the designs. There are many interpretations, and different communities and different families have their own interpretations of our designs, but one of the things I've been holding really close to myself is my responsibility to create a kupak, our parki trim design for my family. Because traditionally, when we would marry and start our own family, we would also create our own kupak design to be, so people could identify us and know which family we were a part of. And so that's something I've been really sitting with. And as a tattooist who's early in my journey, I've also been thinking about the tattoo design of my family. And the one that I'm going to both get tattooed on me and add to, but also bring into our practice as a Kasatak Paoli family, is the line, which represents our land. And sometimes you guys see that tall Y in our tattoo designs. It's like this. In many of our ways, that design is our ancestors. It represents our ancestors. So in my design, it has the line, and then it has those Ys. And because I have 4 children, there's 4 lines. We'll talk about that in a minute. And a line, and a line. So it goes the big Y, line, line. Then there's a space I'll talk about, line, line, and then the ancestors again. In between the 4 lines in the middle is a short line, and that's me. Because our children are closer to our ancestors in time, coming from our ancestors. I'm closer to our ancestors in becoming one. In that way, we're all connected. We all have our place. So when we were giving love to our youth, I was feeling that giving love to the youth and all of us that need that love. And I hope that you felt that too. Speaking of tattooing, one of the stories that kept coming to the surface for me as I was listening that I wanted to share with you, that connected to some of the things that I heard, is the story of my Tavlagun. I know Amber has heard this story. It's the story that brought us together for the first time. So in 2017, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and I was going through separation with my then husband, and it was a really hard time on my family. And as I was preparing for chemo, knowing it was a really aggressive cancer that I was going through, and how rocky everything was at home, and how hard my children were experiencing everything that was happening all at once, I knew I needed something on the other side of it that would help pull me through. And so the night before I started chemo, I decided, you know what? when I'm healthy again, I'm going to mark that return to health with my tavlagan. That will be the milestone in my life that will pull me through this experience. After a couple of chemo treatments, I know there are survivors in here as well, and those who have supported our family, people going through cancer. You know, when you go through chemo, it's cumulative, it just gets harder as you're going through it. And it was a couple treatments in that I decided I was going to tattoo myself, because it would remind me that our people's medicine is powerful. It's stronger than any fear we have. So I made my way through treatment. I had surgery, radiation, went all the way through, got to the other side, and they said, "You're healthy again." And I knew that the time was coming to mark my tavlagan. I also knew that because chemo is such a strong medicine, you're literally putting poison in your body, that I wasn't quite sure how my body would react. And so I went to Sarah Whalen Lunn and told her, you know, ayuk. It's a powerful medicine for our people. It's a spiritual cleanser. It's a spiritual healer. I want to have that medicine on my right hand for when I tattoo. And so she tattooed ayuk on my right arm. And when she did that, my body, the way it reacted healing, I knew I wasn't ready. And so I had to wait for a period of time. I went down to Washington where my parents were living, and I surprised my parents. And as soon as my mom saw my arm, she said, "I want that too. I want a tattoo so I can support you." And timing just worked exactly how it was supposed to. I brought her up to Alaska. She got to spend time with Holly Nordlum, a new Nubelk from Kotzebue, Kikiktagaruk. And Holly tattooed the same ayu on my mom's arm. And having had all these conversations with tattooists, I had a sense of what the process was going to be like, and Holly put together a little kit for me to do my tattoo. So we decided while my mom was in the state, it was the perfect time. Now's the time to do my tavlagan. And so when the day came, my mom was at my house. She made tuttu. She made stew for us with caribou, made some fry bread. It was real delicious. My sisters, my chosen sisters, Lagunai, Lena, Margaret, their daughters, they all came to my house and started prayers while I went to my children to pick them up from their father. So I picked them up. We were all in my van, and we're headed to my house. And my two oldest sons, Qudukuk and Dalaluk, they said, "So what design did you choose?" They'd been seeing me draw all these different kinds of designs on paper all over the place for months. Because in my community, our meanings are still sleeping. The last known person at that time to have a tavlagan from my community was my grandpa's grandma. She was the last known person. My mom met her once, and she remembered her 3 lines. And so they asked, "What design are you going to do?" And I told them, "You know, I decided on 2 lines. And Kutukhok, my oldest, he said, "Wait, I feel like I've been seeing you draw 3 lines. Why 2? And I said, "With everything that we've just been through, for me it represents our past ancestors and our future ancestors. And it's always going to remind me that we're only passing between. and they were quiet. And my panik, who was 7, she was in the far back of the minivan. She said, "Mama!" And I was like, what? I looked in the rearview mirror and she was so upset. She said, "You can't do that." And I said, "Why?" Because for me, every time I thought about that, it made me cry. We're only passing between. I had just been in a period of my life where I could hear the sands of time, but I couldn't see how much time was left. So for me, it made sense. But she was so angry, her eyes were glittering as she looked at me in the rearview mirror, and I said, "Why?" She said, "Mama, we're here for you. You have to be there. You're not invisible." My panik taught me something really important in that moment. There are many reasons that we feel invisible. This time that we're in, last year when we were here, we did the Jali Jalgak. Did you do that this year? Where we had the drum in the center, the children around the drum, the elders around the children, the women beyond the elders, our safe men standing behind our women, and our environment protecting us, right? The Jali Jalgak, that's our ancestral community structure. That's how we know we're whole and connected. And when we understand our history, we know they took that drum out. They took our children. They spread our elders out. Our women are running around trying to keep us together. And our men have been taken in so many ways. And then they make it difficult for us to connect to our environment. Our people used to know each other and know our place by the way we saw each other. We were real humans seeing each other. And through this process of taking us far apart from our structure that makes us healthy and whole, they handed us a painted mirror, painted by people who didn't love us, and said, "This is you." Our people have been looking at this painted mirror for generations. We're in a process now of wiping that mirror clean so that we can start coming back to the structure that keeps us whole. It's no wonder we feel invisible. That negative self-talk I heard spoken of earlier, that's not our voice. It comes with that painted mirror. When we can see each other again, really see each other again, we'll remember we love each other and each of us is important. Last year I shared with you how I've been bringing our Tlingit family's practice of dash uch, dipping in the ocean for strength, into my life. And since then have come to learn, I knew it because I could feel it, that it had to be a practice of our people, and it is. Of course our people would go in to the ocean and the river for strength. Of course we would, because we were in relationship. We are in relationship with our lands and our waters. So recently, I was having one of those times when I was questioning if I'm giving anything good to this world. And I was looking at my kids and wishing I could have done better by them. Feeling like I wish I had done more. I wish I am doing more. Even feeling like they'd be better if they had a different mom. I know here that's not our voice, but I'm still building that pathway to hear, to know it. So I was in Iac, Cordova, and I was getting ready to go into the ocean. And my youngest, Inuatlurak, who is named for Ayu's second husband, Bert Econ, he said, "Mama, I want to dip with you." I said, "Okay." He said it real serious too, you know. And another time he was my honey, Inuatlurak. I said, "Okay, yeah, come dip with me, that'll be great." He hasn't dipped with me yet. And while I was standing at the ocean's edge, I was like, something is obscuring my vision. What am I missing? How can I build that path from my head to my heart to remember that each of us is precious, that we're not invisible, that we are born with gifts that are needed in this time, that our community needs us. The gifts that we have don't belong to us. They belong to our community. And we're born into the time that we are because our community needs our gifts now. So I was just asking, please help me. I know my mind is lying to me. How can I clear that path from my head to my heart? So I centered on that, and I started going into the water, and I could hear him kind of splashing. We'd had a whole conversation about, you know, being respectful of the experience of everyone around you, and even though the water's real cold, you can't, you know, make a fuss. And so I could hear him really trying not to make a fuss behind me, and then make his way out of the water. And when I was out there, right about your like armpits is when it gets real. Ooh, for men a little lower. My commitment to myself when I'm in the ocean is that I'll stay out there as long as it takes for me to let go of being focused on the cold to recenter on my question. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it takes a long time because there's a lot of distractions. So I was out there and I could hear him behind me at the water's edge. I could feel him watching me. So I recentered. How can I clear this path between my mind and my heart to remember my place? And I was finally there. And that's when I dip, when I can recenter on my question and I'm not thinking about the cold. It's, you know, it's so interesting. Even when the water is so cold, if you're disciplined about it, that moment will come where you're like going from to like, so I was recentered and I dipped. And as soon as I broke the surface, I remembered I'm the only one who can give my children a healthy mom. I'm the only one that can give my children a grounded mother. When those words come into my mind, I'm speaking about their mother. When those words come into my mind and I'm being real mean to myself, I'm talking about my mother's daughter. I'm talking about my grandparents' granddaughter. I'm talking about Ayu's atik, my great-grandmother's atik. That's who I'm speaking of when I'm speaking not nice to myself. And that's how I remembered. One of the biggest tricks colonization has played on us is making us believe we only belong to ourselves, making us forget how connected we are and how important we are to each other and to our land and to our water throughout all of time. In our way, there has always been an Ayu since the very beginning. And there will always be an Ayu, an Erevgak, a Delaluk, a Kanigluk. We are connected to everyone who ever has been and ever will be. So even throughout the expanse of time, we've never been alone, ever. But colonization will make us believe somehow that we're alone, and it's a really effective liar because it comes with all of the hurt that we've heard over these last several days, all the ways that we've been pulled away from a language and a culture that loves us into one that doesn't. Our languages, our ceremonies, our ways of life love us. They always have. So for me, it's also been a process of remembering that our history, our experience didn't start with colonization, not even close. When I was in Greenland last summer, I was listening to our Inuit from across Chukotka, Alaska, Canada, and Greenland. And even though we have different colonial governments, Russian, American, Canadian, Danish, they're all the same. And listening to our people speak, just as we have been these last couple of days, of what we've been through and how we long to be whole again, was really powerful for me. And I felt that flame in me just grow hotter and hotter and hotter. And I was sitting there and I was trying to think. I even Googled, because I'm not a strong math person, but I was like, wait a minute, hold on. If we know that our people have grown from and evolved with these lands for at least 10,000 years, right? How much time really is that? 10,000 years. We talk about it, we say time immemorial, and it's just kind of like it's floating around out there, you know? And sometimes it's hard to even imagine that expanse of time, and so I used Google to help me figure out, what is that expanse of time? So I took 10,000 years, and I compressed it into 1 calendar year, so I could start to get a sense of how long are we actually talking about when we talk about 10,000 years. Compressed it into 1 calendar year, and then I started going back through time to identify, okay, So when these other folks came, how long ago was that in that calendar year? Guess what? When William H. Seward so-called purchased Alaska from Russia, right? That was 1867, the Alaska Treaty. You can go further back to the Russian settlements and the whaling and those kinds of things, but in terms of like official so-called claiming, right, of Alaska, to really kick in this process of colonization and assimilation. That purchase in 1867, if we're looking at the entire calendar year as 10,000 years, that was just over 5.5 days ago. No kidding. Right? If we go from statehood, 1959, when Alaska became a state, not even 2.5 days ago. If you think about as a percentage of the entire time, since statehood, 0.65%, not even 1% of our entire lived experience has been under colonial oppression. Let's call it what it is. Yeah? And before that, months and months and months, thousands and thousands and thousands of years of strength, of love, of power, of seeing each other, of knowing who we are and our place in this world. And all of that history, all of that knowledge is fully intact in us. Because when you hear something that you know is true, when you remember a cultural teaching that's reflected back to you, do you guys get that feeling where it's almost like warmth in your body? For me, my scalp tingles. When I hear something, I'm like, ooh, yeah, I know that's right. The way I think about that is that's that knowledge waking up inside of us. And the more that we do this work to remember our knowledge, to remember our teachings, and to show that love to each other as our mirror, the more that's going to wake up in us, and we'll be whole people again. One of the last times I was in Cordova, I'm doing quite a bit of work there. More recently, I'm doing some work with a really amazing organization called Native Conservancy. They're doing a lot of work to get our land back, to get our ocean back, right? And they're also doing a lot of work in this moment in time to make sure our people have the opportunity to start in this industry of kelp farming, because that's going to be a booming, huge industry. And the permits are already starting to get gobbled up in our waters. And so they're doing a lot of really powerful work. So I was there recently, and I knew I was going to be going into a space with our white family that very likely was going to be hostile to us talking about how no one is a better steward of our lands and waters than us. That I was going to have to say some things they didn't want to hear and know that they had the so-called power in the room. And so when I went in to dip, it was at sunset time, and this time I was dipping alone. I don't usually dip alone, but it just was the timing of it before my flight. And so I was at the water's edge, and I was just asking, How can I be brave and say what needs to be said so that they can hear me in a different kind of way? And so when I went into the ocean, I was just looking, and you know how I always thought it was so interesting how when the sun is on the other side of the water from you, no matter where you are around the water, that reflection is coming directly to you. I always thought that was so interesting. You could be all the way over here and the reflection is coming to you, but you could be over here and the reflection's coming to you. And so I was in the water and I was just seeing the reflection of the sun all the way to me. And I was asking that question, and I closed my eyes and I went under. And when I came up, what came up in my mind was again. And I was like, again? And I was kind of like, what the heck? Because you know, when you close your eyes after looking at something bright, there was like a real bright line in my vision, and then everything around it was dark. And it just said, again. And I was like, okay, I need to dip again, I guess. So I went under again. And when I broke the surface, when I closed my eyes, there were 2 lines in my vision. That reflection, that real bright light from the sun to me was behind my eyelids. And it reminded me, we're not being brave for us. We're being brave for our people who could not speak. We have a responsibility to speak the truths that our peoples need to have spoken, because it is our truth. It is our power, and we're not defined by it. But speaking it out loud means that we can then show each other the compassion and love that we need from each other. And then put our minds together around what are we going to do now? So it reminded me, it's our ancestors, we're speaking for them. It's never just about us. So that lesson came back to me again. Yeah? It's not about us, it's about our relation to all of us throughout time. Part of the hard work that we have to do in this time is to do what we're doing now, to open our field of vision to see the bigger picture of where all of the challenges that we feel right now in our communities and in our families and in ourselves doesn't come from us. Colonization is a powerful liar. These messages didn't come from us. The way I think about it is, it's like those seeds, poisonous seeds of self-hatred were planted in our people generations ago. And what we're doing right now is we're pulling those out. We're saying that you have no place in my body, in my relationships with my family, with my community. We need to take those out. It's just like that painted mirror. We're not looking at that anymore. We have to really see each other, and we're in a time right now that in really seeing each other, we're being called upon to be compassionate, to understand that even when we show up and act from a place of hurt, that's not coming from us. When we show up and we are not our best selves with each other, that's not coming from us. That those seeds will make us pull each other down, will make us pull ourselves down, will plant doubt. Can we do this? Is our medicine actually that good? Will make us question all of these things. We're being called in this time to do the work we need to do in ourselves to recognize that and to release it and to say that doesn't belong to us. To see each other with compassion and love. Lateral violence is a very toxic poison in our communities. I see it as us doing the colonizers' work for them. Because when those seeds have been planted that we're not good enough, or that we only belong to ourselves, and that our medicine isn't good, then we look at each other sideways. So part of the hard work we have to do now is to reject that and to say what my mom always says, Vernita Herdman, Sedaktun Kutkuk. She was named for Ayu's mom. My mom said, when natives fight natives, someone else is winning. Are we okay with that? I don't think we're okay with that. I think everything that I've heard the whole time that I've been here is we're not okay with that. But we're being called upon to do the hard work to move beyond it. To see each other with compassion and say, it's okay if we make mistakes together. We're healing. What's that meme? Get in, loser, we're healing. Come along, we're healing together. I was in Sitnasak, Nome, a couple times recently, and I was spending time with an elder from King Island. And we were sitting around a fire together, and I had just spent time with the Kawarak interns. Oh, so amazing. Oh my gosh. Our young leaders are so fire. I just love it. And I was asking this elder, what dream do you want to see come true in your lifetime? And she's like, whew. I want to see our parents scolding their kids in Inubak again. I was like, okay, not where I thought that was going, but okay. And she said, because when you're scolding, when you're disciplining, it's an automatic reaction. It's an immediate, you have to be safe. Hold on, knock it off, don't do that. And if your immediate reaction is in your language, that means our language is strong. And that means that our kids are being corrected through a language that loves them. And I was like, ooh, that's amazing. I love that. And she was like, how about you, Ayu? What dream do you want to see come true in your lifetime? I was like, dang, why do you ask such hard questions? It's like, dang, I need to think about that, actually. So then I sat with it for a couple days. And then I remembered, you know what it's like when you encounter one of our people that has medicine in them? They're real grounded. Their energy is just present. And when they look at you with clear eyes, and you feel so seen. They're the real human. In my lifetime, I want to see us as the real humans again. Where each of us that we encounter has that grounding, that strength, that pride in who we are, that knows how vital and important they are to our family, to our community, to our world, that they have that sense of belonging and that peace. I want to see us see each other as the real humans again. And this work that we're doing together is helping for that. Earlier, I heard the youth talk about how our fire was almost put out. And it was funny because we were over here and we were working with the kutlik. We say kutlik, the Greenland folks say kutlak. You say nanik, right? Light, lamp, seal oil lamp. And so we were working with our medicine and we were lighting the kutlik. And tending to it when the youth said that. And the image that came to my mind is that, you know, this process of colonization, it's almost like someone came through and kicked our fire apart. They kicked our embers all over the place. But what we're doing together right now is we're bringing those embers back together and we're rebuilding our fire. You see it? We're rebuilding our fire together. One of the ways that we do that is rejecting also the colonial lie that each person has to be an expert in everything. Our people had the knowledge, the wisdom to say each of us have gifts, and our gifts together make us whole. No one person has all the gifts. And so from a young age, our people would identify the gifts in our young people, and we would cultivate and love and nurture those gifts so that they could bring the fullness of those gifts to our community. That's still the case right now. In my community, we shared a little bit about this last year in Ungalalek. Our last singing and dancing prior to a couple of years ago was in 1915, before the missionaries put the practice to sleep. And in the beginning of the pandemic, our people from home, many of us had been really pulling all these different pieces together to try and bring our singing and dancing back, but we didn't have all the pieces yet. We didn't have all the gifts yet. And so we started to meet over Zoom, because then our people from all these different places, everywhere that we were, could come together in our unseated virtual space. And we would bring the recordings of our songs into this space, and we would try to translate them and talk about what we had learned about them. And in that special time, recognizing that the first of our songs to come back to us was in our original dialect, Ungalak, which is actually the northernmost Yupik dialect in the state. Recognizing it was Yupik, we invited Erevkak into our Zoom space to help us to translate our song, that song, and to help us set it to motion for the first time in over 100 years. Mm-hmm. She did it with so much love. Kliana Chaknek, for bringing your medicine and your gift to my people and community. That gift is relighting our flame. So when I carved my first kutlik, I gifted it to Erevkak for the gift that she gave to us. The only time that I lit it was when she was giving testimony to our boarding school tribunal, sharing her lived experience with us and entrusting it with our care. And so I had the kulik on my desk lit the whole time she was sharing, and I gifted the kulik to her. Kliana Chaknek.
And then our ancestors are reconnecting together. It's so cool. Oh, I know.
So good. So, the way I want to close out is to sing to Irevrak and to all of you that song that finally came back to my community, because we're pulling it into now and the future. And the way I see it, and I feel this when I tattoo, every single poke is an act of resistance and love. Every stitch is an act of resistance and love. And I can feel it coming through all of the generations, from the time when our practices were fully intact, through our generations that couldn't practice it, to now. I feel that healing coming through the generations to now. And our young ones are bearing witness, and they're participating. Our young ones will never know a time without who we are being loved. We have to keep going. So I'll share this song from my community with love to Arevrak and to all of you for this work that we're doing together. And I hope you feel the love that's in my heart for all of you for this work that we're doing together. Dayawanga nalawang hanga. Dayawanga nalawang hanga. Dayawanga nalawang haya. Nalawang hangangeyakanga. Yaya heyakanga yeyaka. Yak na ngayakay. Kan kam kan.
Kuyana Chaknak Ayu. That was beautiful. And it's really great to see all our communities who haven't danced or their songs were sleeping wake up, just like around here where your guys' songs and dances were sleeping and now they're waking up all these beautiful young and old alike dancers. Last year during Elders and Youth, I heard a Point Hope elder. It was actually Dillingham who was dancing. And our elders, we know when our communities are starting to dance again because it's happening more. And she was so happy, she was smiling, she was like, oh, good, good. I'm happy to see they're dancing again, that's good. She was just smiling from ear to ear, and it's great to see our songs and dances come back alive. So it's a beautiful sight and beautiful thing to hear. While our friends are getting ready to perform, we are going to go ahead and start off our potluck. But first, we're going to have the elders go first, and then our guests. We want our guests to get a taste of our food, all our food that we brought here to share with you guys and then share with everybody else. And then after... What? Can't hear you. I know, I don't know what you're saying. Speak up. Oh, but then I'm gonna ask the youth. We're gonna have to have 12 plates served for our, Oh, yeah. Okay, so I guess there's still a whole bunch of food coming in, so we'll hold off. I know you're hungry.
We have 2 door prizes.
So we got 2 door prizes from the Bristol Bay Native Association. This is for everybody who went to their booth over here. To the Bristol Bay Native Association for donating these door prizes.
Mixing it like a gudok. I'm watching.
Yep, gotta mix it real good, or the elders might scold me. You didn't mix it good enough. That's why I didn't pick my name.
Maybe they'll scold you in
Okay. So the first one goes to Rose Steele. And this one you don't have to be present to win because it's not, it's BBNA. It's not us. They didn't say. So Rose Steele. Oh, she's in the back getting dressed, putting on her.
And then the last big prize, where's our door prize?
Okay, the tickets are over there.
The last big prize.
What about that kaspak? Huh? Are you able to put the evaluation up? So while they're doing that, I guess I'll tell a little joke while we're up here, just to kill time. I know I introduced myself in the beginning of the week a few days ago. My name's Cody Pequeño. I'm originally from Chivac. I am the son of Mabel and Richard Pequeño, grandson of Albert and Cecilia Adchak, and also the grandson of Yuvaldo Pequeño Jr. and the late Magdalene Ayacak Pequeño. And also, I know some people came up to me and asked me if I'm Cody from the week. All right, so they're just about ready to come and share with us their beautiful songs and dances. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed these past 3 days. It's been a wonderful time. I saw this conference happening last year, and I got to see some posts on Facebook about it, and I was really eager to come here. I wanted to be here, and then what do you know? The Creator said, go out to Dillingham, you need to be there. So I'm really happy to be here with all you beautiful people. This is my first time in this region. I've always wondered what the Bristol Bay region looks like and how the people are. And it's so beautiful, and you people are so beautiful and strong, resilient, and I just love you guys, because you guys just made me feel at home, just welcomed me and made me feel like one of you guys. Koyana Chaknak. So with that, I am going to hand it over and we can get started. Let's welcome them and give them a big round of applause, guys.
So once again, we're thankful to be here today. This is what we call over our way shakehead dance or feather dance, or in our language we call that mafomke, which just simply means the people's dance. And so we're going to do a couple in our way, what we call warm-up songs or sitting down songs, and these songs actually invite the spirit into the area or the circle. And so we'll sing some of those songs. But first and foremost, we want to thank the ancestors of this land for allowing us to be here today. We want to thank the people of this land for inviting us out and you know, taking care of us, feeding us and giving us a place to sleep and treating us like family. And you know, I'm so thankful for the people of this land for sharing your dances and sharing your songs and the beauty in your dancing. I seen the smiles on the face and just who you were as a community when the songs were sung, and what a beautiful thing that is. You know, out in California, where our tribes are really spread out, and you know, some tribes live off the land, some tribes, you know, we go down to the grocery store and that's where we gather our food. But you know, what a blessing it is to watch the people of here still use the land to provide for them and gather and you know, just have that spirit of indigenous here. And so, you know, we're so thankful today. We're going to get ready to sing these songs, and you know, just a reminder that this dance is a serious dance, but it's also a fun dance. So I hope that you enjoy. If you feel the spirit up on the side, get up and dance with us. We came to thank the people of this land for inviting us, and we know that the spirits who travel with us are here today, and we're thankful for that. You know, my real quick, you know, as we're getting ready, this reminds me of my uncle. He used to always say, you know, every time we'd go out and travel and dance, he'd have a little something to tell the people, and he'd say, you know why the United States went to the moon? And we'd say, no. He said, because they found out we had land there. So he'd say little things like that, and you know, as I stood here, it reminded me of him, and you know, I know his spirit's with me, and you know, me and my brother Payako, and you know, all of us are sisters and our wives. You know, we've been traveling, Brother Tone, for a long time, so we're gonna get ready to sing these songs. Oh. Yeah.
Mate kana tomo o nize ah mate kana tomo o nize ah mate kana tomo o nize ah hoyo wene hoyo wene ah mate kana tomo o nize Mate kana toimo o ni se mate
So this next song we're going to sing is a song that brings the dancers out. Oh. So just real quick, we'll say a little bit about this dance and all of the movements that the men do. They represent the spirits of the bird. So as you see, their head moves into to be the same as watching a bird land, and he moves his head. The coats, when they flip those, is like if you threw a rock at a bird, you'd see his tail feathers kind of flip, and then he'd fly off. So all of these dances represent the birds. All of the women, they wear we call them headdresses, but they're made out of mink. And then we have on the ends either feathers or they'll have the red-shafted flicker. And those are the birds in our area that we revere as really sacred birds. And, you know, these men wear the yellow hammers, we call them, or bakotith in our language, which is the front piece. And it takes a long time to get those birds. You know, there was a time when we couldn't get those birds, and the older people had to get together and make some makeshift ones on whatever they could find. And so we've been really fortunate in the last 20 years, 30 years that we're able to get that regalia again. And so today we're just thankful to be here. We're thankful, and we ask that, you know, the Spirit of the Creator continue to bless this village, continue to bless the people. Always carry that goodness inside your heart. When we came here, we felt nothing but love, and that reminds us of who we are as Indian people. That spirit inside us and how you treat somebody and how you accept them into your land, that means something to our people. And so today we're thankful for that. Oh. So this next dance we're going to do, this is the song that was given to us to honor the spirit of the women, the strength inside the women, the nurturing spirit inside the women. And you know, traditionally where we come from a matriarch society, and over time it has changed to where it's more of a patriarch society. I don't know if that came in with colonization or what, that's what I'm assuming. But we're still fighting today for that replacement of that leadership, and knowing that, you know, the medicine which we call Wene, which is the spirit inside of us, or that medicine that the Creator gives to us, we know that our women carry that. We know that that strength that the Creator put inside of them, you know, was meant to help people. They're nurturing, they're loving, but they could also be strong. They could also be, you know, warriors in their own sense. And so, you know, I know just from my own experience, from my wife being at the hospital with her having children, that I couldn't endure that. So, you know, I look to her for strength, and yes, we're physically stronger, but they're spiritually stronger. And I guess if I'm being honest, they're probably physically stronger, because I wouldn't want to have a baby. But you know, this song right here honors that spirit, and it honors that goodness of them. And so if you feel that spirit up on the side, you know, get up and dance. Know that the women come from strong, strong women from generations and generations. And you are that reflection of those women. You are that reflection of those who came before you. And that spirit of them lives inside of you. And so if you feel that spirit, you know, get up and dance. Get up and dance for the good women in your life, for the strong women in your life, for all of the ones who have passed on. Those are the ones that we are dancing for. Oh. So also I forgot to mention about, in our language, my brother Tony, we call him Kabewi, which is the rock man. He's the rhythm man, and he keeps the rhythm of the songs, but he also leads the song. So he's letting the singers know what we call in our way to turn the song, which means the high part of the song. So we're waiting for him to let us know when it's time to turn the song. So it may seem like we are the leaders of the song, but it's actually the Kabe that leads. And he also tells the dancers when to flip their coats, or when to go around, or when to come in. Ooh. We're gonna switch it. We're gonna switch the song. Yeah, other one. Hey. So also we wanted to explain about the white that they wear on their legs, and that's actually a contemporary way that we represent the paint, and that the dancers would be all painted up from their foot to their top with white paint, which either came from like the white oak ash and it was made, or so depending on what dance we were doing or what time it was of the season maybe, or if it was a special dance, they would be painted in black. And so that's why it was in the early 60s and some of our people weren't able to get that paint anymore. And so some of the older men decided that the thermals would work for that. And so that's actually the representation of what that means. Just like the people all over the United States, you know, over there in California, we suffered a great deal of loss with culture, with language, with land, with all of the things that the colonizers came in to dismantle our communities. You know, just like they do everywhere, they came to where we were in California, you know, got hit really hard because we're small bands. The tribe that we come from probably has 150 people, members. And it was small bands like that all along the lake, all along the creeks, all along, and they did that for to make sure the land wasn't being overused by a group of people. And so, you know, today we're just thankful. We're thankful for the elders. We're thankful for the elders in this community. Coming here and listening to the elders speak, man, what a blessing it is for us. You know, over where we're at, we're losing a lot of elders. We're right next to a mercury mine. And in the early 20s, they started mining that, and a lot of our people have passed away from cancer. And so we've lost a lot of elders, but, you know, we were fortunate enough to catch the tail end of that. And you know, we talked about grandmothers and grandfathers, and me and my brother and my sister and all of our family here, we were lucky to have good grandparents. We were lucky to have the grandparents that instilled love, that instilled culture, that instilled all of those good things, and that helped us to get to where we are today. You know, over in our community, all three of us are leaders of what we call ceremonial houses. And so we're fortunate to, you know, be here today. You know, we all have, when we get back, it's almost time for our fall dance, so that means we're inside getting ready, getting wood, tying up regalia, doing all of those things to get ready for that fall dance. But what a blessing it was to be here today. What a blessing it was to see all the beautiful faces, to see all the people here, you know, supporting healing and supporting recovery and supporting your community. And that's what this gathering is about, supporting your youth, supporting your community, and supporting one another. So thank you. So we're going to get ready to take the dancers home. So before we go, we'd like to get a picture with all of the people who put this on, and we want to ask the elders to come up, please, and take this picture with us. You know, we usually, depending on where we're at, when we're in a ceremonial house, we don't take no pictures, but we're honored to be here today. We're so thankful for the medicine that was brought here today by all of the people and the elders, and you know, we're honored to be here today, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for allowing us to come into your community. And you know, we get the idea that sometimes we're going to come here and help the people here, and what ends up happening is you end up helping us. And so today we'll go home, we'll go back to our land and talk about what we learned here and about the people here. So thank you. Ooh.
Kuyana Chuknak. Let's give him another round of applause. Very beautiful to hear their songs and see their dances and let their ancestors come be with our ancestors and with us. That's very beautiful. I love to see other cultures and dances. It just makes my heart melt. So for the potluck, we're going to have the elders line up first, and then the guests that we have that aren't undressing and getting ready, the ones that we have here out here now, they can line up after the elders. And then once these guys, once they're done with getting their Western clothes on, their Gussak clothes on, we'll have them just skip it to the front of the line. We want them to be able to get to taste our food and taste what we bring to the table, our food, all this wonderful goodness that we have in the back. And also Kuyana Chuknak to all the cooks, to everyone who brought food, Kuyana Chuknak to all the hunters, the gatherers, the fishermen, who were able to bring the food to us so we can share and come together over a meal. Kuyana Chuknak. But before we do that, we'd like to let one of the elders pray over the food.
Life right, you know. I've been sober for 4 years now. It's been the best 4 years of my life. And what I'd like to do is share, you know, how much better it is on this side than it ever could be on that side. You know, drug addiction is an ugly thing. You know, it's all around us. We're all dealing with it, no matter where we're at, whether we're in this room or outside these walls. Everybody on God's green earth is dealing with drug addiction in some way. And you know, people are really dropping like flies, you know, and there's got to be a better way than this. There really has to be. I started a campaign. It's called Break the Cycle, 21 Days of Awareness. And it's on my social media pages, and I'm answering one question a day that has to do with my experiences with drug addiction. Now tonight, I'm not gonna just go deep into that and just be that. We're gonna have a good time tonight as well. You know, we're gonna have a good time with good music, but I'm gonna start the night out talking to you about my situation and where I've been through in my life, because that's all I know about. I'm not gonna be lecturing anybody. I'm not gonna be doing anything but loving everybody in this room and letting y'all know that there is a way out. And I found it, and I know anybody else can. So I hope y'all join me tonight. It'll be at 8 o'clock. And we're going to have a good time together. Thank y'all very much for your time.
Wolverines, how you doing? I guess Dillingham is a beautiful place. We went on a little tour earlier, and I'm lucky enough to come out and open the show up for y'all tonight. My name is Sam Lowe, and thank y'all for being so welcoming to me and my friends here that got to travel here from way down in the 48, lower 48, and just being so welcoming. And we're so glad to be here. And we're going to have a good time tonight. So come on out and invite your friends. Let's have a good time.
So thank you, everybody, and thanks to all the organizers. Thanks to everybody who put this on, and thank you for everybody for attending. And we're looking for our next journey as we move forward after this all ends tonight. So, Qoyana, everybody.
All right, guys, we're going to do our grand prize. This is our last drawing for this event. Let me mix it like a Gouda. So I know I said earlier that if you do the QR code, you would automatically be entered. As they said earlier, it was anonymous. so someone who's anonymous won. So we're just going to draw from your names. It's these blue tickets. This is the last of them. Is there anybody else that didn't get to fill out the blue ticket with their name? Oh, she said earlier, if you won a door prize today, please go fill out your name again. So while I mix the tickets, give people a chance to go fill it out. Yeah, go ahead, fill it out, and then bring the ticket up here if you won. Huh? If the creator wills it, you'll get it. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed all that yummy food. Oh my gosh, my eyes were bigger than my stomach. But I got a bunch of leftovers that I'm gonna go munch out on her later when I'm hungry again. I can't wait to try her guys' agura. I can be your guys' agura. I'll be the agura monster. Anybody else? Take it you're the last one. I don't see anyone else filling it out. Just done this. Good thing I saved him. was gonna let.
Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Way Jennings. Excuse me, Mr. Way. Excuse me. Can I ask you to pick the winning ticket for our beautiful kasbak over there?
All right, cool. And the winner is Way Jennings. No. Chloe Sam.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Big fan of the grandfather. Kuyana Chaknak for everyone. Kuyana Chaknak for Amber for making the kaspak. And then I hope you guys enjoyed this week. You guys can go ahead and finish your food.
Like one at a time? Should we dance for them and then do it? If we emailed you or called you or texted you and asked you to come to Dillingham, could you come stand up here? Mm-hmm. Annalie, that's you. If you guys are at a good spot and you don't have like a bite in your mouth or are you still eating, could you come up here? We have some gifts to give to everyone. Lori and Coco. I'll just say your guys' names. All the youth panel. Tony. All you guys. I'll make sure I don't have stuff in my teeth. We're gonna gift you. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna hand out a Koyana gift to all the people that flew out to share with us. And we would like to dance a song for you all. You ready? Who? Oh yeah, Cody. Kevin McCambley, are you still here? Hi, Kevin. Come on up, Kevin. Cody, thank you so much, but we need you to work again. We need a drummer. I think everybody knows Seal Boy for sure. Everybody knows Dahava. Everybody. Okay. So we're gonna dance a thank you song for you, and it's also I know Cody can talk about it a little bit, but it's a cleaning off song to shake off whatever you don't want to take with you when you go, and or to shake that food around a little bit.
We're full.
Shake that rice.
We're gonna be on the side. So the song that we that we chose that we're going to sing for y'all is Dagavaganagamkan. It's our purification song. It's our smudging song. We do this to cleanse our souls, cleanse our spirits, our bodies, our minds, and also for our safe being. And we all want you to travel home safely and bring our good energy, our ancestors, our people with you back home so you can tell your people about us, tell your families about us, and that you guys got new family over here at Bristol Bay, here in Dillingham. So this song is for you guys. We're here, we're gonna bless you guys. We're gonna purify your guys' mind, spirit, and soul, and leave you guys off in a good way. No, you guys are all set to go home. Safe journeys. Kuyana Chakmak for coming out. Kuyana Tamakmachi for coming out, sharing your guys' knowledge, your songs with us. Kuyana. Hey, thanks. But just to let you guys know, we're not done yet. We have one more event to do, but let us prepare for that before we get started. Okay. So the last event that we have for this, the last thing that we're doing for this event is called Uqiquk, which is a throw party, where we throw stuff at you. But just to let you know, this is for our women. The men cannot participate, or else we might get bad luck in our hunting. So we gotta protect ourselves, men. So if I can have all the women in the front right here, just gather up, all the women and girls. Put your gift for me. If we can bunch up in the middle, bunch up. We're gonna. Can you guys all bunch up together in the middle where they're going to be throwing gifts at you? Uqiquk. Yes, you. So I want to talk a little bit about Uqiquk from what I know. It usually happens in the springtime during our seal hunting, when the boys start catching their seals. It was usually the grandfathers of the boy would cut up the seal, and then the kids of the family would go run around town and yell, "Uqiquk ka, Uqiquk ka," and then all the women, it's usually the grandmothers and the young women who have families, would come and participate, and then they'd give them seal meat and seal blubber, and then we modernized it with gifts. So now we have gifts with it, and it's how we celebrate catching our seals. So while they're gonna start sorting them out, and then once they're ready, they'll start throwing. Make sure you guys be careful. Don't run anybody over. There's plenty of gifts to go around. Boys, if you boys can go sit down. This is for the ladies and the girls. And like our brother said earlier, we want to uplift our women. They are powerful. Sometimes you'll hear the man say, "I'm the head of the household." But then the women are the neck. They can turn and make you look wherever you want. They'll control where the head looks. You women are the backbone of our communities and our future, and you guys are so loving, and we love you so much, so we're going to uplift you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that throw party, the women's throw party. Just a couple announcements before we disperse to wherever we're going, before we end this conference. Please throw away your trash, take whatever with you. I do believe there's a pair of glasses on the table over here if someone lost glasses. If anybody wants to stay and help clean up, you are more than welcome. Don't forget your dishes in the back. And also, there's the concert tonight at 8 here in the gym, and then the men's circle, the men's gathering tomorrow at the Wellness Center. And if I can have everybody's attention, I want to let an elder do a closing prayer before we all leave. So we're going to do a closing prayer. Closing prayer? All right, can we all please stand? Men, please take your hats off, and we will end this conference the right way with a closing prayer. So can we please stand? And also before we start, Kuyana Chaknak Tamakpachi, Kuyana Dailuchi, thank you for coming, everybody. It was a great conference, beautiful people, beautiful stories, and just it's always a great time when we all come together as a community to heal, to heal. So whatever you heard here, whatever you got was taught here, bring it home with you to your friends, your family, your loved ones, and your community, so they can heal too. Don't keep it with you. Don't be stingy with it. Bring it home to your loved ones so they can heal.
My candy. Father God, we just thank you for this beautiful day, the gathering that happened here the last 2.5 days. And we just give you thanks for the people that are working together, instructing each other, guiding each other, and giving us the information that we need to bring home to our own families to be part of this healing. I just thank you for the people that have been here, who generously gave everything that they have, food, information, songs, the dances. We thank you for all of that, because that is the way our people work and gather together. And we just had a good memory of all that happened here throughout the last 2 days. I thank you, Father God, for everybody that's been here, and have us all take the information, share it with our families, because they also need the information to heal themselves too. We just give you thanks and we praise you, and for this I'd like to sing a healing song. It's in Yupik, but your spirit will understand. Nan rau maliata nakput nan rach jiwa gayun atahwangan nan rau mascha esol rego misu nan rach jiwa tanak nan rach jiwa gayun atahwangan nan rau mascha esol rego misu ang nilngutich kun yach niulritu anichtula kuchit gitu chungimiki nan rakji watan
Guyana.